Alright, got the stream started, and it looks like I started it in the right place. Yes, I did. Okay. Let's freaking go, y'all. Let's friggin' go. I don't know where it keeps starting me. Because I haven't finished the entire campaign yet. I finally got the rest of my idle slots. That's been real nice. Yo, what up, Gravy? We finally caught up to my highest level character this season. We finally did it, dude. I am the greatest. I am the greatest. It's about to be time. Move forward. Which I don't really want to do. I'm scared. I'm sorry. It's either there have to be ads at the beginning of the stream, or there have to be ads during the stream. And I have my ads turned all the way down where there's like 30 seconds of ads per hour. So unless I have 3 minutes of ads per hour, then there's startup ad. I refuse to put that many ads in my video. If I could turn them off completely, I totally would. There's basically no value in playing ads, especially with a stream as small as mine. Like, I make maybe $1 a month off of ads. Yo, what's up, Hugo? We're doing good now. The race is over. Some people won it already. But I've got my character here, who's in level 8, who is tied with my other highest level character. So I'm hoping to maybe actually make some progress behind or beyond where my furthest progress has been. Over here on the hardcore solo self found, or solo account found. Yeah, it's very exciting. Type last Epoch tools. No, I haven't logged into Once Human to collect all my free stuff. Have not done that. Oh, it was an arena. Cool. Free skins. Cool. Yeah, I'll take care of that at some point. I'll look into that at some point. I need to look into whether or not what I saw was true. I saw some stuff on Reddit that was saying that the they added a bunch of new structures, right? Like some mirror structures. And in order to get your cosmetics on the mirror structures, people on Reddit were saying that you have to buy like a DLC pack for the cosmetic packs that you've purchased in the past. And if that's true, then I won't ever be playing that game again. Because that's shisty as hell. Wanted to switch from Warpath to Javelin, but I found a weapon that does insane void and melees, so I'm on Rive now instead of Warpath. Well, that's nice. Good deal, Zero Gravy. They added structure packs that don't have skins for those. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm gonna have to do some research on it. But if they're trying to like double dip on all their skin packs are already expensive as shit. So probably just gonna call it quits. There was always a risk with Once Human that they were going to get to a point where they were gonna use super shisty monetization methods. And so we just kind of had to keep our guard up. Wait. I don't think I understand what you're trying to say, Hugo. I'll just look into it myself. Like I said, right now the only information I have on it is what I heard on Reddit, so. Oh, we got a loot lizard over here. Hmm. Both of those bonuses that sword got were not useful to that sword. Saw people talking about converting the warpath to fire in their paladin builds. Is it the same I'm gonna be on Void Knight? So yeah, so you can definitely just convert the warpath to Void. You don't even have to be a Void Knight to convert it to Void. It's part of the skill tree. So I'll show you in just a second when I kill this enemy. So if we open up the skills, we go look at the warpath tree here. It's this stuff over here. So, Void Spiral. Warpath deals additional melee void damage. This effect is doubled while wielding a two-handed sword. So you add void damage here. And then this is the Echo ability, so Warpath will echo. And now you have conversion, so all of your base physical damage is converted to void damage. And then your bleed and ignite chance is converted to time rot chance. Well, you could find you could find stuff that does both physical or void damage, because if you look, this says it's converting your base physical damage to void. Oh no. No, that's wrong. So it's just taking the base damage and converting it. So you do need, no, you're right. You do need to find void damage. That's correct. That might be why I suck at scaling damage on builds sometimes. Because I wonder if that's true here. Yeah, no, this is true here too. Base physical damage. Okay, that might be part of why I suck. Yo, what's up, Damien? What are we sucking? At as many video games as I possibly can. Cause I'm bad. I'm bad. Yeah, just get your loot filter set up for it. Zero gravy. You're probably just missing them because of loot fatigue. Yeah, no, I'm super excited about it's not actually a paladin anymore. I went ahead and changed it. We're now a forge guard. So we're not even a hammerden. We're a hammer something else. I don't even know. The armor, ward decay. Hmm. Chance to inflict time rot. I don't want a chance to inflict time rot. We started a new character when we started this hammerden, but you can respec. So I just went in and changed from paladin to forge guard. You don't have to stay the same mastery if you don't want to. You can just go spend a little currency and get changed over. I like hammer guard. You used to not be able to respec. When with the new, yeah, with your whole mastery can be respec. Just this season that started, you used to not be able to, and EHD was actually pretty adamant about the fact that they weren't going to let you because they wanted your choices to mean something or something. I don't know. But there's just been such a large request from the community because, you know, these games are, you can make mistakes pretty easily in them, and if you can't respec things, then you just kind of brick your character and you have to start all over again. So you have to be able to respec stuff. So they finally gave in and said, okay, we You can respec now. It's expensive. It costs a lot of gold, but not too bad. Forge Guard's super fun. Super tanky boy. Oh, I didn't do part of the quest over here. Speaking of quests, it's probably time for me to go ahead and finish this freaking quest line. What a jerk face. I hate those exiled mages. They're so bad for Hammerton. Their hitbox is so stupid. Can I just whack you with my hammers, please? All I want is to smack people up with the hammers. Alright, what do we got here? What do we got here? We got an Eye of Erexia. Panic Orb, a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter to me. Do I have anything I want to replace this with? Yeah, Wing Guards. Doesn't. Power. Give me something delicious. Alright, ooh, a Shark-Tooth Dagger. Alright. Open this dude up. Mana courses through me. More mana. I just realized these exiled mages are mana junkies. I want to break free. All right, let's do these quests. I'm ready for it. Let's do these quests. Oh, we don't have to do the quests. We just fight the boss. Okay. We have optional quests, or we just go kill the dude. So let's just go kill the dude. I'm pretty afraid. Probably going to lose this character. If we lose this character, then we're just going to start playing this character on softcore, where I can die as many times as I want. But let's go see what we can do here. This is Lagan, this is exactly the place I lost my last level 88. Because we let ourselves get smacked up by that skill right there. I think our DPS is actually way better this time than it was last time. Defenses also better than they were last time. So we're good as long as we don't let ourselves get hit by the beam. You probably even tank that skill. But we're not gonna tank anything on purpose. We're gonna save our tanky move for when we absolutely have to have it. You little shit. I lost track of my cursor there for a second, so I started running in circles. That was bad. Okay. So to stay alive down here, we just gotta smack up these tentacles, keep ourselves healing, keep ourselves alive. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Stand down or die.
And we teleport back in. Alright. So we're not taking a ton of damage from these little water things, which is great. There was a little concern because these water things going back and forth across my screen here are also going to still be here when I start fighting the Harbinger. Oh, oh. And so because of that, we're going to have to deal with, just taking that damage while I fight the Harbinger. Not fart the Harbinger. We're not gonna fart anybody. Can't talk again today. But yeah, so because they're going to be here when we fight the Harbinger, it looks like overall the damage that I'm taking is pretty minimal. And I'm very happy with that. We should be able, this area, this play space is quite a bit smaller than the play space of the other Harbinger that we've fought against before. So I think we should be able to mostly stick with this Harbinger. It's another one of the female Harbingers, so it's going to be really quick and kind of jumpy. But in such a small play space, we should be able to keep our hammers right on top of it, doing their thing. And that'll be good. Alright, lagging down. Good deal. Harbinger of Chaos is up.
Not even the gods can stand before the void.
And we're mostly just gonna tank this stuff here. That's what I'm all about.
Waves of darkness.
Yeah, these female harbingers don't really scare me too terribly much. I feel like I can take their hits pretty good. So we just kind of DPS through them. We got about 100% DPS uptime. We're only holding 150 to 170 ignites on them. But that's just because it's kind of hard to keep the hammers on them because they're so jumpy and stuff.
Of darkness.
But a big part of what we're doing here is just being tanky. Which I like. I like being tanky.
Waves of darkness. Waves of darkness.
I am about to run out of mana.
Waves of darkness.
So I am going to have to use our little shieldy move just to make sure we don't take too much damage here. We're probably going to have to do that on cooldown to try and get generated back up here. We don't have as many hammers whirling around. This is actually kind of a dangerous position for us, because if we don't have a lot of hammers whirling around, then we're not gaining back health. We're not hitting the enemy. We're not causing those smites that heal us. All of those things are fairly important. I'm about halfway up on my mana. We've only got about a quarter of this fight left, so I'm probably good. I probably don't need to get any more mana back.
Waves of darkness.
We can go ahead and just keep pushing through.
Waves of darkness.
Yeah,
I am one.
another one bites the dust, baby.
Many.
That's what's up. Let's see, we got mana, increased lightning damage, increased shock duration, chance to shred lightning resistance on hit. I guess we'll take increased mana. We don't need any of the rest of those. Alluvian sword. Bonus cold damage, bonus lightning damage, bonus spell damage, bonus cold and lightning resist, and 100% chance to cast Tidal Wave when you use a melee attack. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool.
I'll be honest. You know all that you need to know for now. Just focus on the task at hand. Report back.
Sorry, I thought I muted before I
Third Harbinger.
breathed. Flew out there. Didn't mean to blow out your eardrums. This is how you go to fight Aberoth right there. We'll get there. Eventually. Alright, where should we go to next? I don't know where all the little flying people are. We got the one from here. We got the one from here. I know this one's a fat dude and this one's a fat dude. Do these ones last? Although the fat dudes are probably honestly harder for me because they have like legit one-shot mechanics. But sure, let's go do Follow the Outcasts. Now we gotta push to 125 corruption. So we'll actually get to take a look at that mechanic. So the way corruption works is you go through and you beat these areas, and eventually you'll get one that takes you to fight Orbis, which I'm pretty scared about, actually, because that dude kills me all the time. And I don't remember that fight, so I'll have to watch it. A big part of what's been holding me back from pushing corruption is that I'm terrified of that fight. But that's just something we're going to have to overcome. What we got here? Chance to inflict time rot, spell damage while using a shield. Oh my god, I need to replace that so bad. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty strong right now. I mean, we kill things kind of slow for being at 100 corruption. You know, I think there are a lot of builds out there who would be cruising along quite a bit faster than us through some of these. Yo, yo, what's up, Mr. Bean? Just got our second Harbinger down, brother. We're moving. Moving and shaking. I'm gonna need you to die, Rune Warden. You're in my way. Just want to go find my tomb. Who's gonna get a big old pack of enemies trailing here? Yeah. And we'll just murderize them.
Stand down or die.
That's way more fun. Why is there construction going on across the street from my house? I freaking hate it. Cocaine miasma. Sickening flames. Ooh. Hey, I can really drive down my health. Holy cow. So scary. Just logged into Once Human, they give me so many rewards without even doing anything. Yeah, I heard that there was just a ton of stuff for the release of the mobile and the new patch. Heard there was a ton of stuff. I mean, yeah. Rewards have to be kind of lame because they want you to spend money. But they wet your beak a little bit. They give you some stuff that kind of disappoints you. It makes you think, well, maybe I'll just spend a couple bucks and I'll get something that's not disappointing. It's always a trick. There's always some sort of marketing scheme behind pretty much every action that major games make. They have entire teams of people who work at those development studios and at those publishers who just sit around and think of ways to convince you to spend more money. Of course, I guess the same thing is true of Twitch. Twitch is becoming more and more highly monetized. YouTube is becoming more and more highly monetized. It's all terrible.
Your thread is measured.
I am going to kill you, Fate Weaver. Lachesis. Strange that those guys are still alive. They don't usually survive after I kill the boss. This is not a failed echo. I've completed the echo. Let me do the thing. I hate you. Whirlpool Shrine. I love shrines. Doing that whirlpool thing. Extra damages. What I need to do is I need to get good enough where I can just do a 0 to hero. In a single day. So the people who are really, really good apparently get the 10 out of 10 Harbingers done in like 9 hours. Which to me is insane. That's apparently where they're at. So maybe that's something I should try. I think it would probably give me a better understanding of, you know, how the different stuff works. How is this intelligence on there? Oh my gosh. You suck, game. Well, you know, I could play a couple of different classes that way. We'll do it on hardcore so that I'm not supposed to be able to die. It'll be fun. Cocaine miasma. That's pretty cool. Fire resist, void resist, increased fire damage. It's doing volcanic orb stuff, so that's actually pretty good. I wish that this wasn't a 2-second cooldown in this tidal wave. I don't know if tidal wave is an actual skill I can get though, because if you can be upgrading that, that might not actually be terrible. I don't know, there's so many skills in this game. Like, all y'all have seen me play is the Paladin or the Sentinel and stuff so far. But I haven't even really played a ton of skills on there. You know, we played the Vengeance with the Spears and the Javelin, and that was super cool. And we played Warpath, and we played Hammers, but really we've only played about 3 skills out of all the stuff that's available. Now, a lot of skills are sort of secondary, right? They're there for support and stuff like that. Still. You know, for example, we always have symbols, we always have the aura if we can. I guess we got the shields this time. We don't normally play with the shields. I'm liking the shields. At least I think I'm liking the shields. I don't really know. You know, they're kind of an invisible bonus. Like, you throw the shields on and you're a little tankier. but you don't really notice what they're doing specifically. I do definitely notice that I take less damage when the shields are up, so there's that. We probably need to go this way. Push through here a little bit. Grab some extra enemies. There we go. Well, these dudes just wanted to stand still.
Your threat has been
Alright, let me re-enchant that. Less damage taken while using a shield. Health gain unblocked, but it's only got one Weaver's Will. That sucks. Still, it was a pretty high stat in the first place. Tier 4. Maybe we'll get, you know, a Tier 5 or a Tier 6 out of that Weaver's Will. I think it has a chance to go up more than one when it uses a Weaver's Will. Let's find out. Well, that's fine. Armor and reduced bonus damage taken from crit strikes is not terrible. Hammers of Doom. Shock on hit. Increase critical strike. Yeah, I don't need any of that stuff. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Now we just gotta push corruption. Like at this point, we're kind of in a spot where looking for gear at this point. We still need new boots and new belt, but I don't think there's going to be much value in continuing to look for gear. I think we just sort of need to suck it up and push forward with what we've got. I think even at just a little bit increased corruption, we should be fine. Probably up to about 200 corruption, we'll probably be fine. And once we hit 200 corruption, we should start dropping exalted items that have 2 bonuses, 2 exalteds quite a bit more often. So hopefully we can get like a double exalted on some stats that we want on some stuff, and then make some small upgrades. Haste is everything speed. Haste is movement speed, it's attack speed, it's cast speed. It's all action speed. So your character just animates faster, does everything faster. Haste is probably one of the best stats you can get. Because going faster, doing anything faster in this game is extremely valuable. Yeah, so if it's there are a couple of good ways to get haste. There's a pair of boots, a pair of Weaver's Will boots that give haste that are pretty good. And then there's these gloves that I'm using that 18% chance to gain haste for 1 second on hit. This isn't necessarily the gloves you want for every situation, but they're pretty decent. And they're a good source of haste, but the boots are also a pretty good source of haste. But yeah, just find something that has your haste on it, as well as other bonuses you might need. Let's throw this in there and see what happens. And you should be good. Because you're using a melee attack, I would say that these gloves are probably your ideal. It means you can't deal critical strikes, so I don't know, maybe not, actually. Can't deal critical strikes is a big no-no. Yeah, taking more damage is rough. It's especially rough when you take 5% more damage. So there's a pretty significant difference in enemies dealing 5% more damage and you taking 5% more damage. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, if it said something like elite enemies do 5%, or if there was any sort of a modifier on there that reduced the number of enemies that might be hitting you harder, or if there was a certain type of damage that enemies were doing that did more to you, then that's different. But when it's just super generic like that, and just every bit of damage that happens to you, you're just taking more. Because there's no descriptor on there. It probably also applies to damage over time. Damage over time is already a beast. Did I freaking hate these Gorgons? Hang on a sec. Yeah, tier 7 increased fire damage here. And an empty slot. What we got here? Product resistance, increased health. Need the necrotic resistance. 32. We only need a little bit. I don't think I'm going to go for it. I think I'm going to try and go for double health on here. Nice. Oh, yes. Ooh. Ooh. Now we gotta look. Let's look at prefixes. Got 27 forging potential left. You know what? We're just gonna make this a 4-stat. Just gonna make this a 4-stat. Elemental damage over time. Boom. Perfect. Hybrid health. So on belts specifically, you can get a health stat that gives a little bit of base health as well as a little bit of percent health. Most other uh, body armor pieces give one stat that is just all base health, like this says, and then one stat that is just all percent health. Um, like well, I don't have it on any of mine. Oh, I guess the boots get hybrid health too, but then some of the sort of lesser pieces, I guess, get this hybrid stat. Let's look here. I think I've got pretty low stats on most of these. 90 out of 110, 72 out of 90, 61 out of 68. We'll leave it. Let's take a look. Ooh, bumps us up pretty considerable. We lose a little bit of necrotic resist. Down, we need 7 more necrotic this way, but we go up about 40 damage. We gain about 70 health. Our movement speed goes down, but that's fine. Yeah, I'm digging it. Digging it. Yeah, so it gives both percent and plus in one stat. It's still about the same power as the other ones, uh, as far as like overall health values. Hybrid health is probably more useful when you already have lots of base health because the percent is going to have more overall value to it because it's adding that percentage on your base. So it's just like we were talking about before. So that's 5%. So if I have plus 100 flat health, then that 5% only gives me an extra 5 health. But if I have, plus 1,000 flat bonus health, then that 5% gives me 50 health. So it's just all about matching your bonuses and your percentages. Right, exactly. And your base increases as you level and as you add different stuff. And the same thing is true of your damage types, right? You're doing void. So if all you do is get percent void, then all you're doing is adding percentages of the really, really low base void stat. But if you get a bunch of plus twos and plus threes and plus fours, then those all add up. And then when you get those percentages, they're worth an incredibly larger amount. So it's just all about managing your balance. That's why the new weapon I have is doing well because it's plus 40 void, plus 40 melee or physical or something. Yeah, so I don't think the physical is actually going to be helping you at all. This didn't really get what I wanted. Four Weaver's Will. While using a shield, less damage taken. Nice. But yeah, that plus 40 void is doing a huge amount for you. Doing an absolute huge amount. And it means if you get, any affixes or anything like that to give bonus percentage, then you're going to be doing really good. Something I do kind of want to do. Yo, what's up, Drat? How's your day today? How's work? How's your character coming along in the game?
Stand down or die.
Didn't play Ellie at all yesterday, so still around level 22. All right. All right. Cyrex accused of murder. Murder. Red rum. Red rum. We got Laggin and the Harbinger with Laggin just a minute ago, Drat. So this is officially my furthest along character ever. Now we're gonna push a little corruption here and see if we can't get another one. It only took me like 10 characters to get 2 Harbingers down. No big deal. Yeah, that's stupid damage over time beam. That was totally my fault. Can't believe I let it happen. I'm not the only one though. I watched. So the event or the race is definitely over. Because I saw a video about it yesterday. But in the video they showed, you know, some of the deaths of some of the bigger creators that were participating or playing at the same time on hardcore or whatever they were doing. And some of them, or one of them, was a clip of somebody trying to use the evade roll to get through that beam and getting nuked by it. So at least I wasn't the only one. Oh, the hitbox on this enemy is trash. Gross.
Stand down or die.
I honestly kind of like these lure out and ambush missions. There's one type of ambush mission that I don't really like, and that's the one where they tell you to do a normal objective, but instead you never find that normal objective and it's just an ambush. And it usually takes until like the end to find the stupid ambush. It's super annoying. Oh, so it's plus 40 melee void and plus 40% void weapon penetration. That is an incredible weapon. Where did you get that? That's balling out of control, dude. Ooh, there's a purple chest piece over here. Some dude at the Temple of Atera dropped it. Right on, right on. Is it a unique or? Unique. Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually think I have one of those. Get it, dude. Freaking get it.
Cannot do that. Stand down or die. Stand down or die.
Aloha. An amulet that does 111% increased damage while transformed. Was transformed. The Primalist has a bunch of skills that allow them to transform into animal shapes, like bear and stuff. And then the Acolyte can transform into a lich. And I don't know if there are any other transformation skills. There are no transformation skills for any of the Sentinel masteries, though. We don't get to be cool other forms. Yeah, just another level in a little bit here, Dret. We'll be 90. Freaking 90, dude. What about melee necrotic damage? Because I have that one. It does plus 60 melee necrotic damage. So necrotic damage is mostly done by the Acolyte. I don't actually know of any other class that does necrotic damage.
Stand down or die.
It's just another damage type. It's like fire or void or ice or any of those other. Just another thing to scale. I don't actually think necrotic has a damage over time associated with it though. Or maybe just because I've never played it. You know. Once we get this character all the way up to level 100 and kill Fudge Knocker, Uber Aberoth, there we go. Because I'm going to do it with this character, even if I have to do it on softcore. I'm going to do it on this character. But we're going to get up and kill Uber Aberoth, and then I think we might start doing some Zero to Hero streams, where we try and get all the way to 10 of 10 Harbingers in a single stream. We'll do like a 9 or 10 hour stream. We probably won't make it the first few times. It'll probably take me 2 days. But I need to get better. The seasonal race thing is probably going to be something that happens a lot. I would definitely like to participate in the next one. Like legit participate. Maybe place. So the boots I have is unique, named Advent of the Erased. It has a small red subheading with 7 Weaver's Will written on it. What's that? So Weaver's Will items are like this right here. And what happens is you see these red stats here. However much Weaver's Will you have, you'll get 1 tier in some random stat. So you have 7 Weaver's Will, so you're going to get a total of 7 tiers in a stat. Either it'll put all 7 of them into one stat, or it will give you multiple tiers of different stats. So you equip it, and then as you gain XP, it gains XP alongside you and gains those bonuses. And then you'll be able to see as it gets its first few stats, you'll get to see kind of if it's going to be good or not. Like I got really lucky with this one and it gave me +2 to my symbols of hope and 83% healing effectiveness. I'm not channeling, so that 45% increased resistance while channeling doesn't really help me. But if I was using like spin to win, this would be almost a perfect spin to win right here. This 45 to all resistances would save me so much space on so many of my other items for resists. But yeah, so you can get the same Weaver's Will item over and over and keep trying it. And see if you maybe get some stats you want or some stats that are good for your build. But that boot is the thing that gives you your haste, right? It's got a chance to get haste on it. Yeah, no, it's a really good boot. Absolutely. It's a great source of haste. Great source of haste. That's definitely an end game viable boot. Like I would keep using that boot and then keep getting new ones with more Weaver's Will. I've got a Weaver's Will item that has 21 Weaver's Will on it, which would mean it could get 3 stats with +7 on them, which would be totally insane. So yeah, definitely keep your eyes out for more copies of that and try and get like a really, really good one for your build. Maybe one that has like plus void damage, or, you know, one that has maybe a bunch of resistances or something like that. My Ignite stats are looking pretty good. We're up to 569 damage and only 386%, but we have a 100% chance to, or we convert 100% of our bleed chance into Ignite chance. So there's actually 70% more there. So we're at 450 there and 539 to 569 Ignite damage. So we're putting out the deeps pretty good right now. I'm pretty stoked on it. Pretty freaking stoked on it. Oh yeah, good deal. Good deal. I think it's important that there be lots of different control schemes. You switch between your mouse and your controller to pick up loot. That would drive me insane. I would lose my fucking mind. Oh, no way. No way, no how. I'll just stick with my, Ooh, that's a pretty good one. Ooh, piece candy. Ooh, piece candy. Ooh, piece candy. Just to manage it in this still. I don't think I could do it. I think I'd have to punch myself in the face if I was having to switch controls. I'd have to punch myself right in the mouth. What I really want to do is I want to get one of those like finger looking keyboards. It's like just a hand shape. It's got all those extra buttons, up, down, forward, like all these crazy clicks. I feel like that'd be really good. Maybe I could learn how to use that. Probably be pretty difficult at first, but I think I could get used to it. And then I need to start sitting up. I sit kicked way back in my chair. Yeah, I forget what they're called, but they're like upside down hands, right? And they look like they've got claws coming up. And then you put your fingers down inside of there, and there's a button for your first knuckle where you like raise your finger up and hit it. And then there's a button out in front so you can push your finger forward to hit it. And then there's a button down like on a normal key on all of your different fingers. So it's like 3 or 4 buttons per finger. And then you've got a thumb joystick. And so it's just trying to put as many possible button presses, you know, on your 5 fingers or 4 fingers as you possibly can. Because, you know, most MMOs and stuff just have so many skills and stuff to use. I imagine it would be pretty tough to learn how to use it first. But I think once you got the hang of it, especially for games like this, I don't think I would like it for games that had WASD movement for like moving around. I think I prefer to use it in situations like this with the top down with the mouse movement. And then you could just access, you know, like for example, PoE has your bar like you've got down here, where you have all your skills, but then also you've got 4 potion slots. And the potions are actually pretty important in Path of Exile. And so I always had a problem playing builds that required like good potion management because I just couldn't, my finger dexterity wasn't good enough, and I couldn't remember where my fingers needed to go, and I would lose my place, and then, I would die. So if I didn't have to move my hands to get those other buttons, maybe that could help. I don't know though. Oh no. Let's see. What did we get here? 1% less damage over time. 1% less damage over time. Increased armor. Armor mitigation applies damage over time. So I like all of those. This is actually a pretty decent one. Let's enchant that. Increased movement speed, increased damage. Hey, that's pretty cool. It definitely would have a steep learning curve, for sure. Ooh. I don't need to use this, but +4 to multi-strike, what's up? Unique bows. Don't really need those. Let's get ourselves a random, well, yeah, let's get ourselves a random unique. I love arenas. Stand down or die. Oh look, it's Gaming Heritage 88. I fucking hate this shit. My only new followers on Twitch anymore are freaking bots trying to get me to give them their Discord. Oh, F me, dude. F me. Heritage Gaming, I hate you. I want you to know that. I loathe and despise you. You are my nemesis. Hear that wonderful follow sound? I get all excited. Ooh. Hey, this is the item I want. I need a higher LP version of it. But let's see here. So we drop our damage significantly, but that's fine because I can add. Okay, we're just gonna rock this for a second. So the reason I want this is a two-handed mace. And I specifically decided to be a forge guard so that I could use a two-handed mace or any two-handed weapon. But what I want to do now is I want to find a 2LP version of this or turn this into a 2 LP version by empowering it. Wow. This actually isn't really slowing me down at all. Because I gained so much more chance to ignite. I'm almost a 600% chance to ignite with this. I'm just putting on ignites like Rake Ray. Anyway, if I could find or turn this one into multiple LP version, then we could boost up quite a bit. Let's look for more health stuff. Well, or fire shred, or fire penetration and fire damage. We got over here for the health department. 2% increased health and 1 strength. 6 health, already took all that health. Minion health. I actually feel like I want this 6 points here for a good 12% health and 6 points of strength. That's just armor and hit points right there, baby, all day. Alright. So there's a couple of things that this is going to do. When you cremate things, I think they can't be resurrected. There aren't really a lot of creatures that resurrect things in this game, or even maybe any. It was a big problem in like Path of Exile and Diablo, though. You always wanted to be using up corpses so that stuff didn't get resurrected. But that cremation does additional fire damage around it too, so it's just really good for AoE clearing. So we're gonna see. We're gonna play with this for a little while. Just see how it does. See how it feels. And then maybe we'll see if we can't improve it a little bit. I would love to put this in a nemesis and just improve it that way. That's definitely what I'm gonna do. So I can maybe try and get a 2 LP version. All right. Hopefully we get a replace option here. We pretty much always get one now, because we're far enough along. Oh no, that's right, we're still on our last. Alright, well next one we'll probably get a replace option, and then we'll just drop this Pontifex thing in there. See what happens. What did we end up getting on this? We ended up getting 2 LP on it, melee damage, and stun chance. The stun chance isn't great, but tier 6 generic melee damage is actually really huge. I kind of turned that into a really good sword. Not really for a paladin at all. That's a cold lightning, and we don't really do any cold stuff. Probably better for a primalist or maybe a spellblade mage. That's probably the next class that I really want to work on, is the spellblade. I don't really like spellcasters, like ranged spellcasters, very much, but I would really, I think, enjoy playing a spellblade. Why are you so murdery? Yeah, he hits hella hard, dude. He hasn't made me use up my symbols of hope yet, though. So as long as I don't get a big, huge influx of ward, then mostly I'm okay. And that's kind of my oh shit moment. Is I'll stay in the fight until it gets me so low that I jump back up to full health with a ton of ward, because that'll mean that my symbols of hope is triggered, and I can only trigger that once every about 10 seconds. And so that's usually when I'm like, okay, maybe I should take a step back for a second, let things reset a little. Oh, a chance to chill on the Vulcanist, that doesn't do any good. That Vulcanist is actually pretty good for the spin to win Ignite. And again, that's something that this could be changed into. I've actually got quite a few things that would make the spin to win Ignite really good here. The only real problem is we would lose our smite, but that would just mean having another skill that we could possibly pump up, which would mean maybe going ahead and getting the Healy dude. Or the dude that takes a percentage of my damage for me. I don't even know. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very excited about it. Yeah, this is my highest level guy. He's my highest level, and he's gotten the farthest. Yeah, just a little bit at a time. Moving right along. We'll learn the game better. Something that one of the other creators said was that they really learned a lot of the fights by doing a bunch of 0 to heroes. They did 23 0 to heroes. So they did each Harbinger 10 times, so 230 Harbinger fights. But they also ended up doing, every other boss 10 times. So they got fairly familiar with all the boss fights and stuff. And a lot of the boss fight, yeah, exactly. It is a lot. But it only took them about 9 hours to get each one through all 10 Harbingers.
Cannot do that.
Which is insanely fast compared to me. I'm on like 20 something hours on this character, I think. Maybe 30. And I've beaten 2 Harbingers. So that person is outstandingly faster than me. But I think I have a little bit of a failure of understanding in how some of the damage and stuff stacking in this game works. Hey, that's nice. Damage over time, necrotic resistance. Do I have... Nope, never mind. Chance to bleed on hit, poison resistance. Oh, I don't need the poison. I actually need the necrotics. Okay. On increased damage over time, over the poison. Do I have another increased damage over time or something like that? Fire pen elemental resistance? Yes, please. There we go. Always using those idols to try and fill out my stuff. And I don't think I need to put any of those in there. I'm kind of good there.
Stand down or die.
Oh. Alessia Aurora, welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. How are you today? Have you been enjoying some Last Epoch with the new season? Also, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. You're not Heritage Gaming. You're not a bot. I'm doing great. Having a lot of fun. This is my furthest character this season, so we're enjoying ourselves. Have you been playing Last Epoch? Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah, it's gonna be that gravy. Gonna be that. Oh, I'm done here. Let's go get another random unique.
Stand down or die.
Just gonna nip this in the bud, Alicia. If you are going to tell me that you're a graphic designer and you want to make
Must do that.
art for my channel, I am not interested. But I hope you have a great day scamming new content creators out of their non existent incomes.
Stand down or die. Stand down or die.
It feels more like the worst day of my life. That's what it feels like. Oh yeah, empower my new Pontifex thing. That one went down quick. The skill says some shield pops up every 2 seconds. This is not a paladin skill. Okay, Alicia, if you're gonna insult people in my chat, you're just gonna get blocked. Um, Sorry, those shoot skills in the paladin one a minion? What shield skills in the paladin one? Do you mean this ring of shields that I use? Okay. I will maybe still be here. It's a small skill in the paladin tree. Oh, do you mean sigils of hope? Or symbols of hope? These little fireballs that are rotating around me are paladin skills. They're called symbols of hope. They are not a minion. They're kind of just an aura. And they just give you little buffs. I like it. It's a good skill. It's a real good skill. Yeah, had to get rid of her. Or him. It was probably a guy. I'm sure the names are just generic, auto-created bullshit. Guess I should go put away all this stuff. I got a pretty full backpack here. Pretty much all my tabs are full now. So, like, everything is going to start going into the trash tab, so I'm going to have to clean things out again. Some point. Which is gonna make me sad. Yeah, it is a nice problem to have. That's fair, I guess. Yeah, no, that's a good thing, Gravy. Spend them coins. But you can set up the stash tabs to take certain types of equipment automatically. So you can like auto sort your loot when you drop it into your stash. So make sure you do that. All you gotta do is right click on the stash tab and it'll give you some options for some stuff that automatically get deposited in there. Real important to do. Between loot filters and auto stash tabs, you can really pick up a lot of stuff and really parse it really fast so that you can get back to just killing stuff. Honestly, it almost makes my gameplay too efficient and I get worn out just going through and doing so many maps and stuff so fast. really need the downtime in between maps. Of like going through loot and stuff, or even during maps. Just going through the loot that's dropped and seeing what it is and stuff like that. I like to kind of slow down and do those things. And now I'm not really having to do those things, and so I feel like I'm just rushing a lot. Even though I'm still playing at a pretty moderate pace. See, this is what I'm talking about. You just get to stand here right in the big old middle of shit. Don't have to give no fucks. This is what I like. Makes me wonder how that speedrunner person you were talking about handles the loot. Really, really good loot filters. Sure. You could go through and make loot filters for each tier of play, like, you know, each level that you slowly reach, that require, you know, higher and higher stats. And as long as you were getting really specific affix shards, and then only picking up items that specifically had the stats that you wanted, you know, you pick up the affix shards you want, you get plenty of affix shards so that you can upgrade those stats when you get them. And then you look specifically for weapons that have, you know, just the 2 or 3 stats that are really important to you. Or not weapons, but equipment that have just the 2 or 3 stats that are really important to you. You pick up any of those. You throw a couple of affix shards on them so that you can tier them up a little bit, and then you keep cruising. That person just knows way more about, like, how stuff scales and stuff like that than I do. And specifically what types of damage and armors and stuff like that they want. I've been kind of slapping this build together as I go. And that's really not the way to do it. I mean, it's perfectly fine. I think that's the way you should do it if you're just playing for enjoyment. But if you're racing, the other thing is that person is way better at dodging damage than me. So they don't necessarily need to focus nearly as much on defenses as I do. They just run through the game dodging. And that's never going to be something I'm capable of. So I'm going to have to take sort of a different tactic, I think. Yeah, I think that they only don't have a filter for the first 5 levels, so that they can pick up a couple of quick items that they really want. Because they always pick up silver rings, because silver rings give you increased movement speed. And they always pick up ruby amulets for the bonus health. And then once level 5 hits, they just start filtering out tons of shit. And they primarily focus too, like I said, on just doing damage. they just dodge attacks and move around so that they don't actually take damage. They don't um, they don't tank things like I do at all, especially not during the campaign. You know, later obviously you're going to take some hits and you need some defenses and stuff like that. But during the campaign, especially during the campaign boss fights, they just don't get hit because they're insane. But I'll do some research. We'll figure out exactly what we need to do. I need to research a little more about how the different types of damages tier up. And the game has been so much fun thanks to Hermit, or else I would never have found it out. Just ARPGs in general. You know, I grew up, one of the very first computer games I ever played was the original Diablo. And then, well, so one of the first online computer games I played was the original Diablo. But even back before that, we used to play these point and click top down games called King's Quest. And they were very much the same. They were sort of ARPGs. Yeah, Gauntlet Legends. I still own, I think it's the new one's called Gauntlet Dark Legacy. But me and my friends play that sometimes. It's not very often, but yeah, we'll go throw some Gauntlet down. Isometric games, and specifically isometric action RPG games, are just something that I grew up playing and are super duper fun. And they've gotten to a point where so all this stuff that you get to do in ARPGs, I wish that like MMOs had systems that were this complicated. I understand that this is extremely difficult to balance. Um, and so for like a PvP MMO, for example, you could never have a system that was this complicated. But I love going in and fine tuning and really defining who and what my character is. And ARPGs give me a lot of that. I really like um, the deck building aspects of creating your build. And I don't necessarily like to do it all at once. You know, there are a lot of people out there who plan every step of their build out, and then they just follow that plan, right? They go in and they click, you know, they know at what level they're going to take every single node that they're going to take. And that's great. You know, my brothers play that way. My little brother especially is super good at sort of visualizing what a character is going to look like and how that character needs to level up at each tier. And so he goes in and does that, and he'll send me his builds and stuff. And I look at him and I'm just flabbergasted that he was able to put all that together sort of in one big chunk instead of having to piecemeal it. But I have to do it all by feel. And so I have to put an item on and then go kill some stuff and see, you know, how has that experience changed the way I feel about the character? And do I feel, you know, like that was a positive or a negative change? Yeah, I'm exactly, Gravy. I'm exactly the same way. I click it, I see what happens. Maybe I like it, maybe I don't. And then we just move on from there. I can't do it all at the same time. It's too much. My brain tries too hard to make too much sense of it. I don't know. And then I just get overwhelmed. So I just got to go through, and every little while we put on a new piece and we see what happens. I love I love the way it makes me feel like my character's getting better based on my decisions. And I love the itemization of these games. And that's something that I think is missing from a lot of modern MMO games as well, is the value of itemizations. Some early MMO games, like even early WoW, I think followed the ARPG loot style a lot more than modern MMOs do. And so I really liked the loot styles of old MMOs because I felt kind of the same way I do about loot here, where, you know, you're kind of looking for those build enabling pieces and different stuff like that. And MMOs have gotten really, really far away from that. And your equipment now is just kind of a stat thing. Which is why I still think that the best MMO of all time was probably the original Guild Wars. I really liked Dark Age of Camelot, and I think it had probably the best large-scale PvP system of all time. But if I had to go and say, like, what's the best MMO, that's probably Guild Wars 1, and just because of its skill system. Just because of how much agency I felt like I had over how my character played in that game. The itemization was a little lackluster in Guild Wars, but they made up for that by having just an obscene amount of skills available. Yeah, I'm really excited for PoE 2. Um, you know, eventually they're going to come out with the 1.0 launch, and PoE 2 will be a free to play game, which I think is really important. I think you need to have good quality free to play games in, you know, all the different genres because you want to bring in new players to the genre. And I think that's a niche that Path of Exile fills really well. And I think that Last Epoch would actually have more success if it was free to play. That might not have been necessarily the case when they were in early access, but and even when they launched their 1.0, that might not have been the case because they were still a little bit lesser known. But with this botched PoE 2 patch, and the fact that Path of Exile, the original, has kind of stopped getting supported. Now, they said they're going to go back to supporting PoE 1 more now, but they had kind of stopped supporting PoE 1 and just kind of focused in on PoE 2. And I think that that kind of had a pretty negative impact on their player base. So honestly, I think if Last Epoch went free to play, they would explode pretty hard. I mean, they had almost 300,000 concurrent players at their peak with the launch of this season, which is an insane amount. Well, it was gravy, but it looks like they're going back to making new content and new seasons and stuff for it. So they used to have a really, really fast release cadence with the original Path of Exile. Like every 3 or 4 months, they would put out a new season. and they would have like a whole new gimmick mechanic, sort of like these tomes where you go into the tomes and fight all these enemies and stuff. Like every 4 months, you would get a new something like this from PoE 1, and they drop new skills and they would balance skills, and I mean they were great. PoE 1 is still one of my all-time favorite games, and Grinding Gear Games is still one of my all-time favorite companies because the game was free and they monetized it solely off of cosmetics, right? There was no pay to win, there was no any of that. It was just all monetized off of cosmetics. Now, they did do a little bit of shisty stuff where they would create leagues that gave you lots of little currency items, and then they would create a stash tab that you had to buy in order to manage those currency items. And so they sort of created a problem and then sold you the solution for convenience. And that was a little shisty, but the stash tabs that you needed to do those were normally like $5 to $10. And they were coming infrequently enough, and I needed to spend money on them infrequently enough that it sort of felt like I was just supporting the game. And so I would buy those stash tabs and stuff, feel just fine with it. They later started trying to incorporate, because it got a little out of hand, right? They started making tons and tons of currency items, and every league was a currency league. And so they stopped selling individual stash tabs for it and started just sort of incorporating the new currency items into existing stash tabs. And so I'm very, very happy that they did that, because they could have just kept trying to sell us those solutions and made that game more and more and more expensive. And I guess that's probably the difference between Last Epoch's price and PoE's price, because Last Epoch's price is very upfront and transparent, and then Path of Exile's price is a little less obvious, because you aren't going to have a good experience playing Path of Exile unless you spend $10 to $20 buying stash tabs so that you can manage all of the currency loot and stuff that you get dropped in that game. So, and then none of that exists in Last Epoch, right? All of your currency stuff just automatically goes into your currency stuff in here, right? I've got my keys right here, I've got my woven echoes here, I've got all my crafting materials here, and I don't have to worry about, stash tabs or anything like that. I have access to those things all the time, right? If I want to do crafting, I don't need to go pull crafting materials out of my stash because they're just in my inventory. I can craft right here if I want to. I could open up my forge and just start doing some crafting. Now, I think PoE 1 probably would have followed a similar design choice. I think Last Epoch just had the benefit of Path of Exile's mistakes, and so they got to make some better decisions because the game is significantly newer. But, just from even those very basic mechanical perspectives, Last Epoch just is a superior game because it's just more convenient to interact with a lot of the stuff. No, I don't know anything about Path of Exile 2. I haven't played it. I haven't even really watched any content on it. I would imagine that Grinding Gear Games has solved a lot of those issues in PoE 2. If they haven't, I will be fairly disappointed in them because, you're like the ARPG people. If you can't solve the problems that other ARPGs are solving when they've already given you like the template on how to do that, then whoopsie, you suck. Okay, so this right here is the boss that we have to beat. So this is where we're going to start pushing corruption, and this is kind of a big deal mechanic. So right now you'll see I have 100 corruption, and this is a level 100 monolith right now. If I kill this boss, it resets the echo web, which means everything goes right back up to here, where none of this stuff has been completed, right? None of this has been found. I haven't done any of this. So it totally resets this echo web. And then it adds 6 corruption. and gives me 100 timeline stability. Now, the reason that's important is that corruption is going to make everything more difficult again. So there are two things that this does. Number one, the further you get, you'll notice that I keep going sort of in one direction. And the reason that is because the further you get, the more often you get the better rewards, right? Like the purple rewards and the legendaries and the idols and stuff like that. So the further you get, the more often you get those things. So when you reset to increase corruption, you're getting better drops because you're getting more like magic find, you're getting more loot rarity and loot quality, but you're also going all the way back to the center. So the goal is to push out to the edge as fast as possible, kill this boss, reset the web, and push out again. And then while you're doing that, you're constantly going and fighting the main boss, because when you kill the main boss, you get this gaze of Ouroboros, and when you get a gaze of Ouroboros, you get 12 additional corruption up to 4 times when you kill Ouroboros. Sorry, it's Ouroboros, not Ouroboros. Uber is the big bad. So Uber is not in that web. Uber is up here. So this is Aberoth. And what happens is you have to go through and you have to kill all of the harbingers. So you have to be at different tiers of corruption. Up to, I think, 260 or maybe 300 is the highest tier. But as you progress through your corruption, you also progress through the different monoliths. And you keep increasing the corruption at the next monolith slightly higher. So I did my first one down here at 100 corruption. I'm doing my second one here. I've got to get to 125 corruption here before I can fight the next Harbinger. And then the next one will be like 150, and then the next one will be like 175 or 200. And then the next one will be, 225, and then 250, and then 275, and then 300. Right? And so I'll slowly be tiering up to get to that. And then once I fight all 10 of them, Aberoth becomes available. And then once I defeat Aberoth, then I can start pushing my corruption, and I can fight Uber Aberoth when I have a minimum of 500 corruption. So the end game loop is a little bit complicated. But we're going to go and we're going to fight Ouroboros here. So let's clear this zone real quick, and then we'll go fight this Ouroboros dude, and y'all can see what happens. Yeah, it's going to be a really, really long time. It's going to be at least days before I fight Ouroboros, because I'm slow. Or not Ouroboros, Aberoth. But I'm also not going to remake another hardcore character until I have fought Uber. So if this character gets killed, we're going to just continue this character on softcore. And get to the end game fight. And then maybe we'll make, we'll do our 0 to heroes probably on hardcore. It's a crazy fight. I think I kind of want to go into it blind. I've thought about going and trying to learn the fight by watching some videos. But honestly, I really like going into that stuff blind. I kind of want to stick with the spirit of the race, right? Even though the race is over and everybody's already gotten all the prizes, I'd kind of like to stick with the spirit of the race, which was to go in there kind of blind. See if we could defeat it on our first try. So I'm going to keep doing that. So this is Ouroboros. We can just go right in here. I've forgotten how this fight works. So we might just die right now. Ooh, that hurt. Okay. Hey, we dodged. Ooh, that was close. Alright. Good thing I'm tanky as all hell. This dude is beating my ass. Hey, we shielded. I'm so smart. Look at how smart I am. I also don't think that Orobus is always the same. I think he's got a couple of different attack patterns. I'm not 100% sure of that though. Oh shoot. I was reading chat. Didn't see the big old orb coming at me. Are you trying to get me killed, Gravy? Hey. There we go. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. And we got his ring with 1 LP. It's a good ring, honestly. But yeah, so then we go back into the Echo Web, which is this thing right here. And you'll see we have 106 corruption now. So everything is slightly more difficult. Everything is going to give me slightly better rewards. And then we actually have the ability to reduce the corruption. So if we get ourselves into a position where we can't, like we've pushed our corruption too far, maybe we've killed the boss a bunch of times, and so we have too many gazes of Orobus, and then we pump up the corruption by like, 150 or something, and we just can't do it. We can always do this echo and then lower that a little bit to try and get ourselves back into something we can play, because the corruption really does play a pretty huge part in HP and all that stuff that enemies have. But we have enough stability here that we can actually go ahead and go fight the boss. This is... Goodness, which boss is this? Doing the first one, right? We're doing Fall of the Outcasts. Is that where we are? Yes. So this is the boss where you run around in the circle and you kill the 4 little towers, and then you go into the middle and fight the boss. I'm pretty sure I can take him. He does necrotic damage, and I take about 50% of my necrotic damage is physical, and then that gets reduced even further. So I have almost max necrotic, but my armor will reduce a lot of that damage by a lot more. Yeah, I definitely think I can take this boss. So let's go ahead and fight the boss. We'll get one of these Gaze of Orobuses. So that way the next time we fight Orobus, we'll get an additional 12 corruption. So we'll get 18 on the next one. Because we got to get to 125 before we can fight the next Harbinger. You'll see it's not going to allow me to use my Harbinger's Crest because I don't have 125 corruption to be able to do that with. So yeah. Let's go in there. Let's fight this boss. So we we trigger the boss, we go in here, and then we just gotta go around and we gotta kill these 4 little soul vessels. They're really easy to kill, but then they put down this fire in the quadrant that they're in. So you can't ever go back. Once you destroy a soul vessel, you can't go back to the quadrant outside. You see the fire? They put out like necrotic fire. And you can't hurt this boss until you kill all 4 of these. He's like invulnerable. So you're just kind of running away from him. And then you're reducing kind of the size of the fight zone. But now you'll see I can only stay in this middle area now. And he should be fairly easy for me. I'm pretty strong, and he's a pretty easy boss. I don't want to stand in too many of his attacks. I think I can mostly just tank him out. Big deal's going to be these dots, right? These little orbs that are coming in are damage over time. And if I end up getting, like, stacked on a couple of them, then that might be enough to take me down. But it doesn't look like they come all the way into the center. They come almost all the way into the center and then they disappear or vanish. So we'll just keep dodging them there as they get into us. And I think that'll be enough. Now, if you were a much squishier character than me, you'd probably have quite a bit more problem here. Because there is a lot of stuff to dodge on this boss. But it's not terrible. It's okay. So then you get these blessings. I mean, honestly, Gravy, you're just going to do it by doing it on softcore mode. You know, you play your character on hard mode. You get as far as you get. And then when you die, you just keep going on softcore. And then you get to the end and you just get killed a bunch of times, right? And you try stuff out, you learn a little bit, you learn patterns. It's a lot of pattern recognition. The bosses aren't terribly intelligent. They're not adjusting their strategy because you're playing in a certain way or anything like that. They very much do the exact same thing every single time. They don't necessarily always use their moves in the exact same order, although sometimes they do. But as soon as you understand, you know, what they're going to do to use the attack, a lot of times they have animations beforehand, so you kind of know what attack is coming. And as soon as you start to learn all those little things, then it just becomes really easy. But at the end of every one of these bosses, you get this blessing. And when you kill the bosses on the empowered mode, the blessings are better. And so you go through here, some of them are blessings that buff your character, and then some of them are blessings that buff your loot. So we're going to look in here, we can gain increased experience, we can get increased glyph drop rates, we can get increased unique drop rates, or we can get increased gold drop rates. I'm probably going to go ahead and go for uniques. And hey, this is the relic that I'm currently using. I really like the version of it that I have, but I might go ahead and upgrade. And then a 1 legendary ring, increased health, minion damage leech as health. Ooh. 40% minion increased leech rate. 6% melee physical damage for me, or plus 6. And then your minions cannot be crit. Wow, that's pretty powerful. I like that a lot. And then we bail. So let's use a couple of our weavers. We got a lot of these weavers runes. So this is going to unlock some of this weaver's will and kind of show us what we're going to get. Crit chance and void cleave. Let's unlock a little more, see what else happens. Okay, so 70% increased crit chance, plus 1 to void cleave. 14% physical resistance, and 8 to all resistances while channeling. This is not really a great one. It's not terrible, right? All of these stats do at least sort of go together. I think crit strike chance is something you want to use with the void stuff. At what level does the campaign end? You'll be about level 45 to 50 when you get to the point where you're going to want to end. So, in the campaign, in the Divine Era, you will be up here in Heoboria. When you complete this region, that's when you're going to want to move on to maps. So as soon as you get to the end of time, which is this zone right here, where you get your mastery class when you get here, as soon as you get to this part of the game, you can actually just come right down over here, and there's an exit, and you can just walk through the exit to the first monolith zone. So you only have to get to level like 18 to come out here and start doing monoliths. But the first monolith zone is level 58. So I haven't even actually completed the entire storyline on this character yet, because I don't have to. The storyline is where you get all of your passive points and all of your idle slots. So you get an extra 15 passives and unlock all of your idle slots over here. So when you hit your map and you hit shift to open up your quests, it'll also open up this thing down here. So as soon as you get 15 of 15 passives and 8 of 8 idle slot rewards, then that means you're done with the campaign. You don't need to do anymore. You can, but you don't need to. And then you should be in about level 45 to 50. And then you can come over here and you should be strong enough at 45 to 50 to go ahead and clear this first monolith zone and use that to level up. Should be good to go. Yeah, so we got a totally reset thing here. It says we've got 1 gaze of Orbis. So the next time we see Orbis, we get an additional 12. So 18 and 106 is only going to take us to 124. So we're actually going to have to fight Orbis twice more, or we're going to have to fight him 4 more. So when I fought Orbis last time, I fought him the first chance that I got. But if you skirt around him, you can actually push the web even further out. And then when you see him later, he'll be worth more, but he'll be more difficult. So we're gonna try and find an Orbis that gives us 7. 7 and 12 will give us 15. 7 and 12 will give us 19, plus the 6 we have will give us the 125 we need to then go ahead and fight the next Harbinger here. Oh, I've been talking to myself and I don't know for how long. I'm a dum-dum. Level 30 now, getting there? Yeah, absolutely. You're in the desert right now, yeah? Be careful in that desert. Lots of poison damage. So much freaking poison damage. La 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 la. Killing everybody with my hammers of doom.
Stand down.
Good, as long as you heard almost everything. That's fine. Most of what I have to say doesn't really matter anyway. I'm just blabbing. I honestly just like to hear myself talk. Well, good, because Hermit likes to yap. So. This one might be better than this one. This is 21% chance, but it's void damage over time. This is block effectiveness. It's not great, but it's better than what I have currently, so. Find the rune prisons. Ugh. I hate this one. I hate the exiled mages because they're not even useful to me. Like, I don't need any of their little experimental affixes. Give a shit about anything they have. They're just hard to hit because they got tiny little hitboxes. And they fly around all crazy like a bunch of crazy assholes. Hate them. I love how I break him out of his rune prison, and then he immediately starts attacking me. Like, you were imprisoned, and I let you out, and then you tried to kill me. You would still be alive if you had just said thank you and gone on about your freaking day. Why do you have to be such a butthead, dude? Let's go get us some more idols. Ooh, yeah. I love the arenas. Most people think these take too long, but they really are a place for my build to shine. Okay, too many ranged enemies. All this garbage.
Stand down or die.
Just throw hammers. Big ugly. Let me know what you think of Oblivion Remastered. I'm probably not going to play it, but I will at least be curious to know your opinion. Oh, that's too bad. I did look, it is on GeForce Now, which is cool. Especially considering they released it without, like, ever announcing they were even making it. They were just like, oh, we made this thing, here you go. Wait, what? It leaked a few days before that announcement because someone put it on their LinkedIn profile. That's pretty funny. That was still a pretty minor leak because I didn't hear anything. And I pretty much just sit around all day on my computer watching YouTube videos about video games and playing video games. Although I guess I'm not really as plugged into the community as I should be. I don't get on a lot of the Discords and stuff like that. I don't really talk to people. I should probably make some industry connections at some point. That's just too much effort. That's pretty wild. I can't believe they kept it under wraps for that long. That's freaking insane. Because gamers are like bloodhounds, dude. They get on, like, job boards and stuff and look up what game companies are hiring for what positions and, you know, make inferences based on that information to see, you know, who's making what kind of games and stuff. And so I'm really shocked that somebody hadn't figured it out. It is virtually impossible to keep information like that from the gaming community. Yeah, I mean, good for them. That's awesome. That's really cool. I'm gonna have to start watching out for those scorpion slams. I just almost got killed by that one.
Stand down or die.
I'm gonna need some more HP, or I'm gonna need to get better at this game before we get too much further into corruption. Nuked him. Nuked him. Just keep heading on the path here. Slay enemies to locate the storm cage. Slay the storm cage.
Or die.
Please don't actually be an ambush. I don't want to full clear this zone. Easy peasy. Back in we go. Actually need to go here and do this because I need the Weaver's bonuses on my new idol. Would have skipped it, but I gotta do it. I know, Radamasa. You're so angry. Raining down meteors from the sky. Rawr, so angry. And now you're dead. That's what you get for being a meanie face.
Stand down or die.
You streaming for a long time? You mean like today or like in general? 'Cause I intend to stream for the rest of my life. Today, gosh, I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good. So I guess there's that. I see, I see. I mean, I'll be as long here on here for as long as I feel good about being on here, I guess. I don't know, man. I'm kind of a flighty motherfucker. I kind of just randomly decide to quit streaming. And that's when I stop. Yeah, I mean, I would love to be able to give you a satisfactory answer and say, like, yes, for sure, I'll be here for another 6 hours. But I really just won't know until it's time. I just kind of wing it, always. Just kind of a winging it kind of person. I just realized I was actually in, or I am actually, not was actually, I am actually in one of the echoes where I'm supposed to be down in the tomb. In one of the cemeteries. I want to break free. A water shrine. Oh, accidentally dragged the boss over here. Ruh-roh, Reggie. You fucked up, Aaron. Choo. Yeah. Doo doo. Doo doo. Doo doo. Doo doo. I. Anything cool to put in here? That. Don't care about Vault of King Barnacle. Lost caches abound in this graveyard of wrecked vessels. Beat a shade of Orbis of each type to reset this timeline's web of echoes and gain corruption based on the highest corruption reached in any timeline by any character with access to the same stash as this one. This is super cool. This is a really important one to hang on to because your corruption is specific to each individual monolith and each individual character. So this is saying that like I could get this has such good implications for racing. Ow. These are really cool. I imagine they're very dangerous, and I would die if I did some of them. But let's enchant this one. Definitely don't need to electrify. And I definitely don't need dodge rating. That sucks. Why you suck? Alrighty, away we go. Hmm.
Stand down or die.
Running through. Running through. Shields.
Stand down or die.
Is that probably a little foolhardy? Absolutely. But it was fun. Just run through there, piss off a bunch of enemies. Nice. La-da-dee. Slay Spreading Frost.
Stand down or die.
I hate that boss. Want to break free.
Stand down or die.
Yeah, your little multiplication trick doesn't work against me, because I hit everything. Blap. Oh, Orobis, where are you? There's my patrolling dude. Come back over here. Dodge the slam. Alright, let's go see what these folios have up here for me.
Stand down or die.
7% increased health regeneration. That's useless. That's nice though. Increased damage over time on a poison staff. See what else we can get. Maybe it'll give me another bonus. I really need a two-handed mace. Actually, I think I might have a good two-handed mace. Hang on. I feel like I kept one around. Here we go. Two-handed mace. 189% chance to ignite on hit. But that's not actually what I want. What I want... There's a 197% chance to ignite on hit. If I put this on this... I would be at like 700% chance to ignite. Which would be insane in the membrane. But what I would prefer is to get one that does BAMO, increased fire damage. Tier 7, increased fire damage on a two-handed mace. We are, because we have one legendary potential, we're definitely doing that. Now, we have some forging potential, though. So here's what we have to ask ourselves. We have 379 out of 384. We want to roll some forging potential with some runes of refinement and try and get that last 5%, or do we just leave it? I think we just leave it. If it was lower, then maybe we'd go with it, but it's not, so we're just going to leave it. So let's go ahead, actually.
Skoski says hey hermit and all in chat, hand pink waving face red rupee eyes face purple crying text green game over person Turk woo eyes waving face green smiling face orange frowning face fuchsia wide eyes face fuchsia w-eyed eyes, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji.
Thanks for that, Skoski. What's up? How are you today? Let's go do... this bad boy again, though. The Temporal Sanctum. Gonna do a tier 2 here, so we can guarantee. Gonna put the Sanctum key in with the portal stuff. Enter Sanctum, enter tier 2. Actually, let's make sure. Required level 20, definitely tier 2. Alright, enter Sanctum, enter tier 2. Bammo we go in. Bammo we portal to the dungeon boss. We have our temporal thing on spacebar, so we can actually dodge this attack. Came back just in time to eat that right in the face. Awesome. On the bright side, at least I can eat it in the face. You gonna get got, Chronomancer Julra. Got her. Don't think I need any of that stuff. Let's pull out our things here. Wrong arrow, bammo. That bad boy in there. Put that bad boy in there. Oh. Gotta add random affix. Whew. I was real worried there for a minute. I was like, those are both maces. What are you even talking about, right? Ooh, that sounds really good, Ski. That sounds real good. Alright, we're gonna guarantee our T7 fire damage. We're gonna seal this cache up. Teleport. And bammo, we got ourselves a nice legendary. That sounds great. Gotta treat yourself sometimes. So let's take a look. How does this adjust? So we go from 386% ignite chance with 545 ignite damage to 588, 468. What am I losing damage to? Oh, there's the sealed affix. Okay. We're losing almost 100. We're losing a lot less than we lost before. Gaining 200% ignite chance. I actually think that's probably worth. And that puts us right about where I want to be, too. 588% ignite chance with a whole heck of a lot of damage, almost 500% damage. That's real good. Playing on EU last night with Vortex build, then I remembered I have a 5-star Jaws and 4-star chest for Unstable Bomber. So dropped the Vortex and went back. Sometimes you gotta play the new builds, Ski. You already played the Unstable Bomber. You already have all the Unstable Bomber stuff. Now you gotta play something else, dude. I say as I've literally only played one character the entire time I've been playing this game. I mean, I get it. I get it. Why make life more difficult than it has to? Challenge. Whoa. Whoa. Something just nuked me. I just almost died. Oh, nice. Good job. Good job. Jerry Natasha 67 is a bot. So sad. 5 damage over time, that's nice. Health regeneration, not so nice. Hmm. Man, I've been getting followed by a lot of bots today. That must mean that my channel is doing really bad. That's so sad for me.
Too heavy. Too heavy. Too heavy.
Pick up. What did we get? Alright, let's go into our trash. We basically have all of our trash full. Let's go ahead and add a new trash tab. We're gonna have to go through so much of this stuff and clean out so much. Okay, so these are +6s. Need a +7 to get to where I want to be. So we're gonna go around the +6s over here. Try to get to the +7. I think I know why some of these people move so much faster than I do through this game. I think one of the important things to speedrunning is actually that you have to get to a point where you're bored with a lot of the game. I still really enjoy the process of like going through and killing all the mobs and doing all the things. And so I think, and you know, there's still some novelty in there for me with a bunch of the items. I don't necessarily know what each unique is, so I like to look at them. You know, I haven't seen them all so many times that I'm just bored with them. So I honestly think that there is a level of boredom that is actually beneficial to speedrunning. It's just like, fuck, can I just get through this, please? Holy crap, this is the 100th time. I don't really have that problem. go to the general. Let's look at our uniques here. Do I have any uniques that I think might be interesting? Yeah, well, and I mean, that's totally reasonable because we've played a lot. You've played even more than I have, so. Yeah, it really does. Really does. I kind of want to see what these boots might get. Okay, we're just gonna have to start actually dodging attacks. That's just gonna have to be a thing. I can no longer just stand there like an asshole. It's gonna get me killed.
Stand down or die.
So after we clear everything with this character, we're gonna be moving on. And what I want to do is I want to try, if I'm gonna do some zero to heroes with solo self-found characters, what I'd like to do is do it with some obscure builds. There's a lot of interesting stuff out there. There's a lot of interesting uniques out there. There's a lot of skills that people think are super weak. And I mean, they are super weak, right? The people who make content for this game and, you know, develop their like ranking lists and stuff like that for what skills are the best and what skills are the worst. You know, those people are really smart. They're really good at making builds. But I would like to maybe push some of those obscure builds a little. See if maybe we can't. Oh, we got a cocaine bear. Oh no. Might have gone a little too balls deep here. We need to get rid of some of these duders out on the edge here. Alright, we making it. We good. Ooh, that was a close one. That was a real close one. Goodness gracious. Alright, boss dude. All right. Good job. Put this dude in here because both of those bonuses suck. Definitely don't need Electrify. Don't need Critical Strike. Why do you keep giving me garbage, game? What are you doing to me? All right. Want to break free. Want to break free.
I cannot do that.
Gritter. Boop. The Scales of Eterra. Hey, let's get some exalted rings. That's exciting. I'm gonna start trying to clear these a little more effectively by like grabbing a lot of enemies and grouping them up. I normally just fight like a single pack at a time, and that's not really helping right now. I think I'm kind of too strong for that at this point, so let's just run through the game a little bit, pull a bunch of stuff, and then start swinging on it. Ooh. Tier 7 increased fire damage. Yes, please. Let's see. So this one I have here has increased damage over time, increased elemental damage. Tier 7 block chance. And tier 5 health. So there's no resistances on here. I don't need this resistance, but it is tier 2 Ellie resist. I am losing a little bit of lightning. So maybe if I can despair this off. Before we waste a despair though, let's see if I can get something good here. Okay, neither of those are good. Now I don't have, right, this is already giving me significantly more damage. So that doesn't necessarily hurt, but if I can't get something good on this one, yeah, that's just not great. We're going to keep this because we can 100% if we get another Orion's Sun or some other unique ring that we want to use that has a legendary potential, we can absolutely just rock. Actually, I might have a legendary potential ring that I do want to use with that. I don't think it's this one. Not that one. Definitely not that. Not that. This one? Health, cold resist, void resist, stun duration. No. No, no, no. Hmm. I could have sworn. I picked up a unique ring recently that I thought was pretty cool. Well, shite. Whatever. We're gonna hang on to that anyway. We still may get some use out of it. Random unique here. Need Orobus. Go ahead and show himself. Got a cocaine bear. Okay. Good job. Where's this Orobus dude? I just need one that gives me 7 corruption or more. And then we're good to go. Oh, that's a level 90. I'm so good at this game. Get rid of this dude. Whoa. Ooh, nice. Another one of my Sentinel relics. All right, level 90. $2,400 HP. We are going to drop a Weaver deal here. Let's see. Damage over time, crit strike multi, endurance, and void resist. I like the damage over time. That one's probably going to get pretty high. The crit strike multi doesn't really mix well with that. The endurance is great. The void resist is fine. Not that I really need void resist right now, but it would mean taking it off of, whatever I have it on, like this helmet. Could be changed. That's probably the only thing that has void resist on it, because I just naturally have an unreasonable amount of void resist. Ah, no, here we go, on the shield. That would actually be pretty nice. Take the void resist off the shield. Shield is bearing a lot of the burden of resistances. But yeah, not really what I'm looking for. We're gonna go down here and trigger this beacon because it'll show us maybe where the 7 Orbis is. The 7 corruption Orbis. And then I can go find it. Find the rune prisons. Gross. Why you gotta be making me do dumb shit, game? I cannot be contained. This dude's whacking me pretty hard. He's not even possessed, he's just extra special. Mashy. And you're dead. That's a plus 12 corruption Orbis. That's scary. It'll be much harder than a regular Orbis. I probably shouldn't fight it, but I'm gonna anyway. Because, you know, we're not doing a race anymore, so you gotta risk it for the biscuit. We certainly don't want to be running around looking for a tier 7. When there's a perfectly usable tier 12. You're dead. You're so very dead. There's the beacon. I'm gonna trigger it right here with all this stuff going on. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to clear my throat in y'all's ear. Always gotta be killing those freaking Gorgon things first. I don't know what it is they do, if it's apply poisons or something, but they can put the hurt down. So we're gonna do this beacon thing, then we're gonna go kill the hard Orbis. Then we're gonna kill the boss, then I'm gonna eat. Should I eat and then kill the boss? I think we're gonna eat and then we're gonna kill the boss, because I think sitting there being hungry, trying to kill the boss is just gonna distract me and then I'm gonna die. We have to kill 2 bosses. So let's go kill Orvis. That's a +9, but I gotta do 1, 2, 3. +6, that's a +6. +14, gross. Let's just do this. +12 here. And let's get this 24. Okay. Now when they pop out, they look different. They have different colored jewels or whatever on their back. So if we get the green one again, nope, this one's different. So I don't know this attack pattern again. I assume I gotta stay in here. Okay, got it. So it blows up outside, inside, inside. And I can just tank that last one. One, two, third explosion, got it. So nice not to actually have to be moving to dodge that. I remember sucking really bad at that. So this guy's actually one of the easier ones for me, because I can just stand and tank that. Outside, middle, inside. If I get better at tanking with Rebuke, I will definitely be able to get through the game way better as a paladin, or as any sentinel class. Just need to go figure out exactly what skills I need to be blocking with it. Got him. Nice. Ooh, and a 2 legendary potential of his ring. Now we have 130 corruption, and we have the stability to fight the boss again, so we can go in here and it's going to say we use our Harbinger crest. So when we fight that boss, we're getting another Harbinger. Which is crazy. Oh, this is cool. Let's see. Melee damage, increased physical damage, increased minion physical damage, bonus melee void damage, chance to apply doom, increased doom duration, void penetration with doom, increased melee damage, increased leech rate. So between these two items, make a pretty decent void build in here. I don't know what doom is exactly. I'll have to look into it. But there might be a Forge Guard thing in here. I'm obsessed with the Forge Guard, wielding two-handed weapons in one hand. Totally obsessed. Never gonna get over it. But, yeah, we're gonna grab some food real quick, and then we'll kill this boss and this Harbinger. And then we will move on to another zone, and just keep kind of seeing what happens here. So I'll be right back. All right. Let's throw down some chow. Good old oatmeal, baby. Lots of sugar in my oatmeal. Can't believe we're about to fight our third Harbinger. What is today? Is today 7? Or is today day 7 or is today day 8? Wednesday or Thursday? It's Thursday. So today is day 8 since the patch dropped. It dropped on a Thursday. It dropped at about 11 on a Thursday. So into Friday, into Saturday, into Sunday, into Monday, Tuesday, into Wednesday, back into Thursday. So we're 7 hours or 7 days and 4 hours into this patch. And I have no experience beyond just getting to empowered monos, right? That used to be the end game back when 1.0 launched. There was no Aberoth. There were no Nemesis enemies. There were no Harbingers. It's all new content to me, and I've never fought any of them before the launch of 1.2 or Season 2. So I'm actually pretty excited. Just about continuing through, more new endgame. And it makes me super excited for their next season. How are they going to be changing the monolith? We've got the Weaver stuff, and that's really cool, but there's not actually any sort of like Weaver pinnacle boss. So I wonder if we'll be getting a pinnacle boss for the Weaver stuff at some point, which will be dope. The champion thing is pretty cool. Doubt that that'll ever receive its own like pinnacle boss or anything like that. I think that's just supposed to be a general cool thing that happens in the world thing. So I doubt we'll be interacting with anything like that. But there weren't even champion mobs the last time I played this game. It was very, very bare bones when 1.0 came out. So I'm really excited for new looting mechanics, new enemy mechanics, just new ways to go about going through the echoes. Because we have the Weaver echoes, and because this has always been called the Echo Web, and so it's always sort of tied in with the Weaver. So I don't think that the web could really be adjusted to not work with the Weaver unless there was some sort of canonical storyline sort of thing where a big bad came and like took over power of the monoliths and the echoes from the Weaver. And if that were to happen, they could honestly completely revamp, right? Instead of this web, maybe instead it could be a tower that you were going up or something like that. And there could be a new like Apex boss, or the way you got to the bosses could be different instead of this stability, right? They could totally change it. I really just don't know. There's a lot of interesting stuff that can happen with this endgame. And that doesn't even include just adding encounter types that can happen within. Right now we've got the cemeteries, we've got the Nemesis, we've got Sorry, not the cemeteries, the tombs, the nemesis, the champions, the experimental mages, the rune mages. You have quite a few interesting things that can occur inside of each echo. It would be cool to maybe have a way to manipulate an entire monolith. Ooh, actually, this could be really fun. So you have this monolith crystal here, right? And this is just the core of the monolith. This is where you go, right? This is where you start. This is your beginning point. But this object exists, right? The monolith is a thing in the world, and you're just exploring the echo from sort of this base camp, which is the monolith. And so it'd be really cool if there would maybe be a way to change the entire web, change the entire monolith through some sort of socketing system or something like that, or the monolith itself. As things stand right now, the monoliths themselves have certain types of equipment that they're more suited to giving you. So maybe we could have something that changes that. Right? Like this monolith is giving me bows. Gives me rare and set or unique and set bows. So what if there was some way to change that through some socket system within the monolith? And it would just change every instance of rare or unique and set bows into like chest pieces or you could improve the rewards. I don't know. There's all kinds of stuff you could do if there was some sort of socketing system here. Maybe you could get those socketables by defeating the other bosses from the other monoliths. So because each of the monoliths has their own special equipment that they tend to drop, maybe defeating that boss will give you, some sort of a socketable, a piece of that boss, the boss's soul or something, that you could then put in a different monolith that would give it some of the properties of that other monolith. All right. That was some good oatmeal. Let's get in here and kill this boss and take out their little duder. A little harbinger. All right, so same boss we had before. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Wasn't really afraid of any of the attacks of this boss. Are at an additional 25 corruptions, so we are going to attempt not to get nuked. But I don't think we're going to have to worry all that much. We're honestly even stronger than we were when we came to fight this guy before, so... That fire attack that comes out in that line there, that's actually pretty nice. If I took some sort of a crit from that, probably would kill me. Gotta get used to blocking with Rebuke, though. Especially since there's really only one skill I need to worry about with this boss. There's really no point in not just rebuking it. He doesn't do it nearly often enough. And now we get... oh, it's a fat guy. Okay. Deal with that, no problem. We're in some sort of a damage over time. That's the multi-slam. Use the shield on that. Oh, we got the little orbs that come down. I'm gonna draw him out of those little orbs a little here. We can take that slam. We can take that slam. The thing I dislike the most here for this boss is that stupid necro thing following me around. I can heal through it, no problem. Just by fighting him, but it takes up a lot of my sustain resources. And so it just kind of makes everything else a little more dangerous. And it makes me have to just keep moving around. I don't necessarily like that. We're going to try just tanking through this, because I don't have to really dodge any of his moves except for that purple multi-strike. So I might actually just be better off just using my rebuke to tank that purple multi-strike, and then just eating everything else, right? Like, that barely hurts. That doesn't do anything. Doesn't hurt. This is the only thing that could probably kill me. And even that I don't know. I haven't actually taken one of those attacks. So I feel like we just keep standing here. We just keep rebuking this. And we just let this happen. I don't see any issues here. Took a whole lot of damage on that one. That was weird. I was in my rebuke there, so I don't know what happened. Hey, thanks, Strat. Appreciate it. I feel like if I wasn't rebuking that purple attack, I'd be dead. It's putting the whammy on me pretty good. Ooh, that put the whammy on me pretty good, too. Must be getting some crits down here at the end of his health. Like an increased crit chance or something, because I was not taking this much damage until just now. That's what I would assume. He's getting stronger as we go. So currently I have increased unique drop rate here. Increased ornate idol drop rate. Increased unique drop rate of the same tier. Increased glyph drop rate. Increased experience. I think we'll just keep our current one. Confirm selection. Pick up the Harbinger's Eye. Pick up our unique ring. Get the flock out of here. Cannot believe that I got that. Can't believe that I was able to just face tank that whole thing.
We're making the harbingers.
I may have gone a little overboard with my preparation. I honestly think that the bosses are easier than some of the champion mobs and stuff in the maps. One of the things that I'm really liking about being this tanky, though, is that I have an opportunity to look at what's going on. Every time I fight one of these bosses, I'm getting to like look at their patterns and see what all their attacks look like and all that stuff. It's giving me a ton of like personal data for how these fights are going to go. So I'm very happy. So let's take a look actually at the endgame factions. We're now level 3. In the Forgotten Knights faction, which is just about, what tier, how many Harbingers have you fought. So when you get to the 10th Harbinger, you'll be tier 10. But 40% chance for Nemesis items to include an Egg of the Forgotten, that's great. 10% chance to gain twice the amount of stability when completing an Echo. That's great for getting to the next bosses and stuff, for pushing your corruption. Harbingers, including Aberoth, are twice as likely to drop a Harbinger's Needle. I haven't gotten any of these yet, but I think those have to do with more corruption as well. Next, we're going to get maximum forging potential gained from empowering a nemesis is increased by +6. So that's cool. We definitely want that because we want to start doing a lot more crafting. So that's the next one we'll get. 20% additional Glyph of Envy drop chance from Harbingers, including Aberoth. Glyphs of Envy are cool because they allow you to add a bunch of stability. And get to where you can just kill a bunch of bosses faster. Years of sealed affixes added by empowering a nemesis are 15% higher on average. Ooh, that's really important. So those are sealed affixes on purple items that come from empowering Nemesis. Gaze of Orbis grants +1 additional corruption, so they'll be 13 instead of 12. That's cool. Blessings roll their value twice, and you pick the highest value. So that's really cool for when you're going through. The blessings are the things that I'm getting, like this right here. Increased body armor shard drop rate. So you get them at each of the bosses, and so having them all re-roll, give you the highest value is nice. And then 9 Harbingers, including Aberoth, are twice as likely to drop their specific uniques, nice. And slaying a Harbinger grants +1 additional Gaze of Orbis. Did that say, yeah, slaying a Harbinger, okay. So for each of the bosses, you could be getting 2 Gaze of Orbises. So you could be getting 26 corruption per boss fight, which would allow you to push corruption really hard. Which is why there were so many people with much, much higher corruption than me. I don't remember Let's see. I know this is a fat guy boss. I know this is a fat guy. Just beat a fat guy boss. So there's 2 more fat guy bosses and 4 more skinny female bosses. So let's just go through. And let's just see what there is. Let's try and get as many of these done today as we can. Now, it's going to tell me, when I look at the Harbingers here, get a list of the ones I've done. Then it tells me the highest corruption Harbinger kill was 130. I've killed 3 Harbingers. My next minimum required Harbinger corruption is 150. So I'm going to need... to at least kill a boss and get a plus 12. And then do at least a plus 8, because I need 20 total corruption. If you look here, this is where it shows you, right? You have set and unique helmets and set and unique shields here. I'm actually pretty excited about the shield thing. I'm probably going to try and get some shields. But then we're just going to get started in here. And we're going to see... I'll get into that 150 corruption mark. We're going to see how that changes things. See how quickly we just insta-give. We're at 25 now. I don't know if it's every 25 corruption things. Well, we're at 30. I don't know if it's at every 25 corruption things get harder, or if it's at every 50. Because it's expecting me to gain an extra 25 pretty much every time I do one of these Harbingers, I'm going to assume it makes things a little more difficult. I definitely feel like I'm suddenly taking a little more damage. So there's probably that.
Stand down or die.
But maybe I'm just imagining things. I don't really know. Armor gauntlet. Better gloves could definitely be something we could really make some use of here. I'm using the haste gloves, which is fine,
Or die.
but they're not really... perfect for this. I don't think I can gain the haste. I'm pretty sure you have to hit on melee hit to gain the haste. So I'm still getting the increased... No, it's increased melee attack speed, but chance to gain haste with any hit. So I'm really just only gaining the haste from these. So I could easily get, a whole another set of stats from a good from a good glove. So if I see some decent gloves, something with some good attack speed, as long as it's not melee attack speed. I don't know if there is generic attack speed. Or maybe there's throwing attack speed, I don't know. I don't know all the affixes by heart. I'll have to look into it.
Stand down or die.
We can definitely get some bonus damage, some bonus health. Don't really need any resistances, so...
Stand down or die.
Although that does open up some more affixes for resistances if I need them. It's great. a cruise. Slay both champions. I like these ones that tell you to go slay champions. I like killing the champions. I like the champion mods. I think they're great. Like, you know, the champions give lots of really good loot. I like that they're fun little fights. Just think they're overall a good ad. They're super scary in the fucking campaign. But other than that, be okay with them. We need to run through more enemies. I stop and fight way too often. We need to just run from objective to objective. And then fight everything at the objective.
I cannot do that.
Right, challenge this. What's up, dude? Get some. Cocaine miasma. Cocaine miasma. I know he's saying profane, but it sounds like cocaine. And I like it. I want it to be cocaine. Alright, let's get these boots. Yeah, whatever this is. Spell damage on a scepter. Stun chance with melee attacks. That doesn't really do anything. Increase melee attack speed. Increase damage over time. Lightning penetration. Melee lightning damage. And dodge rating on these boots. I would have liked something else, I think. I do like these boots. These are pretty good. Could have stood to have something else, though. If I had more mana, if this was a mana stacker build, like a Smite self-cast build, it'd be pretty good boots. Come fly with me, let's fly away. Yeah, so one of the things about speed in this game is that it's very obvious that killing one enemy and killing 100 enemies takes approximately the same amount of time. Right? It's not a 1-to-1 additive ratio. It's it's a percentage growth. And it's on a curve. It's not like if you have one enemy or you have two enemies, the time is basically identical. The only time having more enemies makes the fight take longer is if some of those enemies are maybe a little stronger, and if some of those enemies are maybe like circling you or something, so that they're not all getting hit by every one of the attacks. So there's kind of an upward limit, and there's a weird curve involved in how much time killing enemies takes. And so your ability to gain XP is very dependent, I think, on your ability to maximize what you're fighting and where and when. To be getting the most XP per amount of time you actually spend fighting. Because no matter what, you're gonna walk the same distance, right? The... Ooh. The objectives are always gonna be kind of in the same places. So you always have to walk from where you start to where the objective is. So that distance is going to stay pretty standard. And you're always going to kind of kill the same number of enemies because you're killing all the enemies kind of between you and the objective. And you want to kill enemies because you want to be getting that XP. And so the only thing that you really have a ton of control over is how much time it takes to kill those enemies. Which is why a lot of people play really strong builds, right? They're doing a lot of damage and then just dodging attacks. And it's why a lot of people focus more on the damage of their build as they go through than they do on their defenses. Because for the most part, you can just kind of run past the enemies in this game. You have to be a little bit careful sometimes, but if you can kill everything in a matter of just a couple of attacks, then it sort of doesn't matter what your defenses look like until you get to a boss, until you get somewhere where maybe somebody's a little stronger. It might cause a legitimate problem. Ooh. Oh, hey, it's that pair of boots again. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. I'm really excited. Maybe get some good... Nah, there's really nothing there. Ooh. Yes, please. I actually kind of like this axe, and I don't think it's necessarily I don't think it's necessarily only going to be good for the Void Knight or the Sentinel. I think there might be a different class in there that might be good for, so we might use that at some point. Let's empower this bad boy. Cocaine miasma. Oh my gosh. Keep forgetting to dodge. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Stupid rune prisons again. I hate it. We're on some weird hill and it's destroying my stupid hammers. Oh my gosh, this is awful. I hate you, dude. You just need to die. Goodness, that was obnoxious. Looks like we got one more at least. Down here to this guy. Go to this Rhine here, that'll make life easier. That's the other thing that I could really do a better job of, is just going to a shrine to kill things. Like, my DPS is not outstanding, but my defenses are. So there might be something to the idea that even throughout the campaign, right? Because there's always shrines in the campaign too. So you can put a lot into the defenses of your build and then rely on those shrines a little bit. Help you kill some of the enemies. And rely on your defenses to get you between those shrines, because you're not going to get hit a ton of times. You can kind of just avoid or walk through the enemies. There might be a little something to that. I imagine that paying attention much more than I do to shrines is a big part of why the really, really fast players get 10 of 10 Harbingers in 9. If I could get that down to 12, I think I could really contend for the world first races. No, you cannot forge uniques, Gravy, sorry. Are what they are. The only way to forge uniques is to turn them into legendaries. So you'll see, like right here, this is a unique, but it has the legendary potential. Uniques can have between 1 and 4 legendary potential. And that legendary potential means that they can do like I did with this item, and they can absorb an affix from a purple item of the same item class. So, like, this is a two-handed mace, so it absorbed that 379% increased fire damage from another two-handed mace. So you would have to have another idol, or offhand catalyst, to do this Scales of Atera. And the way you do that is you actually go down here to the Ruined Coast, to the Temporal Sanctum, and you defeat the boss of the Temporal Sanctum. And then after you defeat the boss, there's that room that I've been to a couple of times now. Actually, I think I need to go there again, so I might do it for you again here. I do need to do it again. So you go to that boss of the Temporal Sanctum, you kill the boss, and then in the next room, you combine your purple item with your legendary, and it'll absorb one of the 4 traits on there. And if you at least do the Temporal Sanctum in tier 2, then you get to choose one of those traits. So I have 1 legendary potential on my Bleeding Heart here, so I'm going to get to choose my trait that's going to go on Bleeding Heart. I'm going to enter this dungeon here with my trusty dusty portal. We're going to go straight to the boss. There is a special skill in this dungeon that allows me to transfer to a different timeline to avoid specifically that smash move right there. So whenever she does that smash move, I have to use that temporal shift and move to the other timeline so that I don't get nuked. The rest of the time, I just stand here. Crap out of her. Sometimes I get whammied. I did. Got to level 90 just a little while ago. Very happy about it. Ammo. No. It just goes to 100. It is the maximum level. So then, we just need to go over here to our Exalteds. And we need to find... increased damage over time. That's only a tier 6. Pretty sure I have a tier 7 increased damage over time in here somewhere. Might be in here. No. Is it in the trash? No. Must have been this one. Hmm. What's the green rarity drops? I haven't seen a weapon in that rarity, mostly belts and stuff. Those are set items. So if you look at the set, you'll see not only do they have their normal stats, but they also have those grayed out things down there, where if you have two of the same set equipped, then you get 50% cooldown reduction or decimate. And then if you have three pieces of this set, you get 15% more void damage to bosses and rare enemies, and 100% increased area with decimate. These also now have a new thing where you can salvage these and get affixes that will give you some of the special affixes as shards that these sets have, and then you can put them on other pieces of equipment that are of the same class. So like, this is a body armor, I could put this on another body armor, and then it would count as a set piece. So there's like a whole new set crafting thing that goes on. But I think the best thing here is just going to be to throw this elemental damage on here. We'll just put that in here, put that in here, and we'll pick the tier 7 elemental damage. And we'll seal that cache, teleport to the other timeline, and here's our item. And now we're going to go up to 510 damage. So we're finally where I wanted to be. 500 ignite chance, 500 damage per. I feel very good about that. That's not like super endgame viable, but we're at least well on our way. I'm on my way. Don't know where I'm going, I'm on my way. Taking my time, but I don't know where.
Stand down or die.
And these scorpions hurt. Crap. I'm definitely gonna get killed by these things one day. Gotta get all the way to 150 here. Honestly, I'm not even going to be able to kill all of these things in 9 hours. I don't know how you could even get enough corruption going to kill all of these things in 9 hours. Like, that's insane. I mean, you can get 4 Aerobuses at a time. And you can get, I think 16 is the most I've ever seen from the regular Aerobus fight. So that's 48 and 16 is 64. And you've got to get, that a couple of times, at least. And that involves killing the hardest Orobus with a lot of eyes of Orobus or gaze of Orobus. I don't understand how people are doing that. With day 2 builds. Heck, day 1 builds. I need to look into what stats a lot of builds are focusing on in their equipment, and what stats a lot of builds try and focus on within their passive trees. I imagine probably most of their damage comes from their passive trees, and most of their defenses come from their equipment, because you can easily get... Well, no, you're really going to have half and half it. Because your prefixes are mostly offensive and your suffixes are mostly defensive. So you're just not gonna get one or the other from one location. I think people might just be better at crafting than me. Weapon I was using vanished when I broke an enemy out of that prison thing. That can't happen. Did you put the weapon in the prison? Was there an option to replace? Oh, you mean the rune? That's, yeah, that definitely can't happen. Um, you had to have accidentally dropped it on the ground or something. Because items can't break. There's no destruction mechanic in this game for items. But just because it's not equipped doesn't mean that it disappeared. You could have accidentally put it in your storage. Uh, which people do you mean? Do you mean the mages? Or do you mean the nemesis? It's like a bubble and a pillar. Okay, yeah, those are the mages. Yeah, they have no... They have no ability to make you drop your weapon or to destroy your weapon. Anything like that. There is no such ability in the game. You're using a two-handed weapon, right? One second. Nope, doesn't look like there's anything like a secondary weapon set. I was thinking maybe there was a secondary weapon set and maybe you accidentally swapped weapon sets, but it doesn't look like there is. I have exactly zero idea what happened, Gravy. I would go back and check your stash. Maybe you put it away and you didn't realize until you started fighting that enemy because he's strong enough that it actually mattered. And maybe it's just in your storage somewhere. Try holding X while you're standing next to the area where you may have dropped it. I don't know if you have a loot filter on or not, but if you do, then that'll turn the loot filter off. So you'll see everything. Maybe you accidentally have it filtered. In all of the hours that I've ever played this game, I've never had an item vanish out of my inventory. So something else had to have happened. It would have to be a really, really strange, specific set of circumstances for me to have never even heard about something like that happening before. And for it to be possible. So the likelihood that your item is able to be destroyed that way is pretty much nil. Go in the cemetery. Reign of Chaos. I need to look in to see what parry is, because there's parry and there's block, and I want to know the difference. Because if there's a whole nother level of blocking attacks that I can have, I might want that. Angry Doggo Champion is very, very scary.
Stand down or die. I cannot do that.
Ooh, I was almost dead there. Ruh-roh, Reggie. We got 5 Weaver's Will, and we get the bonus that we want. I absolutely ecstatic. Nice run.
Stand down or die.
Okay, as soon as I finish this map, I'll look into it real quick, Gravy, and see if maybe I can figure something out for you. I am 90% sure that either you put it somewhere, or you accidentally dropped it on the ground, or you accidentally sold it. It would have to be a really, really specific glitch with a really strange set of circumstances for you to be the only person who's ever experienced that. That's thoroughly implausible. You know what you should do? Press F. Did you press F? Yeah, I have no idea. Sorry. I just looked online, and the only instances of people having items disappear are from 4 years ago, 5 years ago. So, I guess there is a common bug from 2023 where visually the item will disappear, but it's technically still there. And relogging is supposed to fix that. But these reports are all from 2023. Oh, there's one in February 2024. April 2024. Go all the way to the... So it looks like the last time it happened was like April 2024. But that could be it. Maybe relogging will fix it. I don't know.
Stand down or die.
Yeah, I think I accidentally muted myself, but good. Glad you got it back. Glad we now know that there is a visual bug that causes items to disappear. And that relogging fixes it. 'Cause I imagine that won't be the last time somebody mentions that happening. That's not what I wanted at all. Fire damage on a void weapon doesn't really make no damn sense. Why you gotta do that to me, game? This motherfucker. To life, l'chaim. Ooh. I just almost died. I don't even know what happened. He was just like, boop, dead. Goodness, that was frightening. That's really the scariest thing about this game, is you can just die. And there's sometimes nothing you could have done about it. You just be cruising and one enemy will smack you real hard. And then that'll just be the freaking end.
Stand down or die.
La vie. Oh, I can't believe we're almost level 91 now. So what we're gonna do is, now that we have found can't figure out what button to press. Now that we've found one of these corruption echoes, so let's kind of take a look at this. If you'll look now, you'll see that it says +7 corruption, but it also says +22 bonus corruption. The reason it's going to give me that +22 bonus corruption is because sorry, big yawn. That 22 bonus corruption is because I have another monolith that is now higher corruption than this. And so it's trying to catch me up to where my other monolith is. So you don't have to go through the whole experience of getting each monolith up from 0 with no benefit, right? So your other monoliths, whatever your highest tier monolith is, benefits and adds bonus corruption to your other monoliths. And that bonus is bigger depending on how big that gap is. So right now we're getting +22 because the other one is 30 ahead. So if it were hundreds ahead, we would be able to instantly go to 100 corruption. And so what we're going to do is we have these glyphs. So let's get some, let's just get some random items. We've got some yellows in here somewhere. A yellow belt. And what we can do, is we can put this yellow belt in here. We can get a glyph of envy, which destabilizes the item and then gives all of the energy, the stability that's siphoned off of it, and gives it to the monolith that I'm currently doing. So I just pick. We actually have health and hybrid health here. This is actually a pretty good belt. Why didn't I level this? I mean, it's kind of a moot point right now, but well, whatever. This honestly, let's just craft this real quick. Let's see. Yeah, this is gonna end up being an insanely strong belt. Is there another damage prefix that I can add to this? Isn't. And I can't add. Weird. What about suffixes? Anyway, doesn't really matter. Let's just glyph of envy this thing, and then we'll go look at this stability again. 156 stability was gained from that. If we look in here, we actually have the 800 we need to go fight the boss. I'm going to take that throwing damage leech, even though it's not really going to do anything for me. Rod duration, slow on hit, slow duration, chance to slow attackers. Ooh. It's kind of interesting. 24% penetration against all resistances for damage over time. That's pretty good. Be better than these for me. Probably is. We're going to be looking into that. Fantastic. If you want to get to the area, this area here, after you do that, all you have to do is go into the map and teleport out, and it'll take you to the monolith area. I am going to grab some of these trash items. That. Just gonna throw them in here. 188 stability, yes please. 180 stability, yes please. 178 stability, yes please. Actually gonna take even less of these items than I thought. $185. Last one. 188. Then we can just go right back in there and fight the boss again. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Rye. Pathetic. You're pathetic. I just be base tanking your stuff. Except for that one. Probably could have face tanked it, but didn't want to risk it. in a row. What a dick. 3 in a row. 4 in a row. Yo, I take it back. I'm sorry. I was just talking smack. What are you doing, dude? That's cheating. You're a cheater. Dead cheater. Dark Shroud of Cinders. Throwing damage leashes health. This one grants health. Might actually take that base health. That's a pretty high roll there. Chance to shred void. Health gained on block. Fire resist, increase fire damage. Every 2 seconds, your next fire melee attack has melee void damage. Time rot chance, that's interesting. Every 2 seconds, your next void melee attack has 203 melee fire damage and 203% ignite chance. Increase void damage plus void resist. I think that thing wants me to use 2 skills. That's never. Okay. Back into here we go. So now, if we go down here, we'll get... Oh, that's cool. Now we're up to plus 24 for some reason. Oh, from the Gaze of Orobus. So you don't gain the bonus? That's weird. So now that I have the Gaze of Orobus, it's not going to give me that 22 bonus. So I should have gone ahead and cleared it. And then done the boss. And then done another Orobus. Of course, now that we've got the glyphs, honestly, I can just glyph this 2 more times. And get 50 that way. It's not really a big deal. I like this Eternal Eclipse thing. Oh, shiznit. We only got 15 minutes left. Let's get some items to envy here real quick. Can I double envy an item? So I already did this one. Do it again. Will it still give me stability? Oh, it did. 172. I can just do this again. 207. Okay, so I just need, like, an item. Wait. Woohoo! Woohoo! I should be able to go right in there and do the boss again. Cool. Fight the boss again. Yay! I probably should be maybe saving some of these. Nah. I'll need to kind of slow down again in the future. Once we get up to about 200 corruption, I'm probably going to slow way down. Because I'm going to start getting my ass handed to me. Okay, you can stop using that over and over again on me. That'd be great. There's no point in being such a butthead. Did you just call me pathetic? I'm trying my best, gosh. I've already killed you multiple times. You know what? I'm tanking him. From now on, I'm tanking him. Tired of dodging. Pissing me off. He's gonna crit me one of these times, and I'm gonna die. But I'm not moving. It's not happening. The only skill I'm willing to dodge is that damage over time line skill that he does. Yeah, what? Keep dropping those. Don't care. It's the only thing I'm gonna dodge because I can't out heal that. Stupid damage over time. Tanking it. What's up? Boom. Get another one. Yeah. I don't even care. Keep on dropping bombs. Tanked it. You're a punk. Void resistance, don't need that. Leech rate, don't need that. Ooh. Ooh, 100% chance to ignite on hit. Maxed out blessing. Yeah, we taking that. Damn. Didn't even know that was a possibility. That's baller. 688% chance to ignite. Ballin' out of control. Alright, let's put this back in here. You're out of potential. We don't care about you. You're out of potential. We don't care about you. Come back in here. Grab a couple more items. Envy. 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 Oh, we're so close. We gotta do it one more time. Ammo. Alright. We'll fight the boss one more time here. Base tank him up again. This boss always kicks my butt, so I'm so happy that I can just face tank all of his shit right now. Because I hate this boss. Boom, tanked it. Boom, tanked it. Tanking the pie skill. Don't even care. Ooh, that one triggered my symbols. That's kind of crazy. That hadn't happened before. keeps calling me pathetic, but this is going to be the 4th time in a row I've killed him. Ooh, that triggered my symbols again. Why is that one suddenly doing more damage to me? That was weaker every other time up until this point. It's very strange. Get wrecked. Nice. And now we should just have to go fight Orobus. Gonna get 48 plus 7. Go back in here. Yeah, we got a couple more minutes. We can definitely come in here and fight Orobus. Oh, I gotta clear this one first. Whoops. Let's go quickly as we can. Ooh, we only got 5 more minutes. We might not be able to kill Orobus. Probably a bad idea to even try. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and use the restroom. Actually, we're probably just gonna call it right here. I think that's probably the best plan. I think that's the best plan. Good 6-hour stream. I think that's perfect. So yeah, thanks everybody for coming out and hanging out. We got so much progress done today. We're about to hit our 4th Harbinger, which is dope. We already hit level 90. We're about to hit level 91. So we are well on our push towards fighting Aberoth and then moving towards fighting Uberab. So hopefully in the next, I'd like to say 48 hours, we can at least be, yeah, so tomorrow's stream and then the stream after that. I'd like to be trying to fight Aberoth by the end of Saturday's stream, which would be cool because that'll be the weekend. So yeah. We'll make a whole deal out of it and try really hard to kick his butt. do whatever we can to tank as much as possible and move as little as possible, because that's fun. And it'll be a good time. So yeah, I'll see you all on the next one tomorrow. I hope everybody has a great day. I hope you all have fun playing. Don't forget, I do have that Discord, so if y'all come up with any problems or questions or anything like that, don't hesitate to hit me up on the Discord, either in the Discord chat or send me a direct message. I don't mind answering questions or anything like that outside of stream hours. Doesn't bother me one little bit. I am here for y'all. So yeah, hope everybody has a great day. Thanks again, and I'll see y'all on the next one. Bye, Ski.